Hello? There we go. Just downloaded a program for my microphone, so I made some changes here. Anyways, welcome to tonight's stream. I didn't stream yesterday, but I did work a little, and it was mostly just debugging the missile because there were still some issues with it. And while debugging, I kind of stumbled upon my next weapon. And I thought it was really cool, so I thought I would show in the beginning of this stream what I mean. The debugging is not 100% yet, but functional at least. Take a look, both in single player and multiplayer. Okay, fly this guy to where the enemies spawn. Here. Right. So this is the standard missile, I believe. Fires, and when it hits the enemies, take 100 damage. The enemies have 100 health points, so they got killed instantly. You can see the missiles will have an explode animation when they hit the enemy. And, well, this is how they're gonna work. However, there was a question I had in my head, and that was, did my script for retargeting when an enemy dies work correctly? And instead of trying to kill an enemy while the missile was midair, I thought it would be a lot easier to just not remove the missile when it crashes into the enemy, so I can see, like, does it properly change targets when the enemy dies? And then I just set the missile launcher to fire very rarely, like once every 5 seconds. And what you'll see is what I'm gonna consider for my next weapon. So if I spawn a few enemies here, you see the missile, it will properly retarget every time. But this interaction it has right now, I think it's really cool. Like lower the damage a little bit and have it fly from target to target, killing them like this. It reminds me of what's it, the blue guy called from Guardians of the Galaxy, which has the arrow he whistles to command, and it flies across the battlefield, and it just obliterates enemies one after one. And this weapon is basically that arrow. So I'll remake it to have a little bit of a different mesh, tweak its interactions a little bit, its damage, and things like that, and play around with it, and then I will probably have a very fun secondary weapon. So that was what I wanted to show from my what I found from my debugging and new weapon I have planned for the future. But that is not what we're gonna start working on today. Today we're gonna start working on a lock-on system. So right now the missile targets the closest enemy every time. And the Gatling guns on our shoulders, they are manual, they shoot where the player is aiming. The Gatling guns I might keep to always be manual, but at least the missiles I want to be able to lock on to a target. I would like the lock on to function somewhat like you lock on in Fallout, except that you don't slow down the time because that would be annoying in multiplayer, I think. So it's basically going to be player aims at a hitbox, a hurt box, um, presses the lock on button. He has to aim maybe a second on that on that hurt box before he can click the lock on button again and actually lock on the target. Something like that. Um, I was hoping I would be able to make the hurt boxes visible while I do this. I haven't considered much how I'm going to do it yet, but for sure, if I add a mesh which has the same size as the hurt box and just make it uh, transparent or something, and make it visible when the lock-on function is running and not otherwise, then I think that would be enough. Might have to blow it up a little bit in case right now the hurt box might be the exact same size as the enemy. If it is, then adding a visual hurt box mesh on the exact same location as the enemy will be making some C fighting where the struggling to understand if it's going to show the mesh of the hurt box or the mesh of the enemy because they're in the exact same position. I might just blow up the hurt box a little bit so that's visible in front of the enemy. I'm not sure how much I noted in Obsidian here, but we can take a look at tasks and then a lock-on system. This is what I wrote so far. Let's see. We make a lock-on node and script for player weapons. Right, so that would be here. Should definitely add weapons tab here because it's getting pretty crowded. So let's make node 3D called weapons, and let's make another node 3D called equipment. Then we put the jetpack, pickaxe, repair hammer, mining helmet, tool synchronizer, and equipment. And we set the missile launcher and machine gun in weapon. There. Now it's more tidy. Then here we go. Now this will probably cause some issues with path if I did use path in any of these scripts. Yep. Now this guy doesn't recognize the path. Animation mixer, add player. Swing animation, lift and swing. These are for my pickaxe and repair hammer. these guys. Is looking for mining. This part it looks like. I have no idea how to change these paths. To figure that out. Like I can interact with this much. Here. Maybe it's just like this, one step higher. Didn't actually change the path. Did it work now? Yeah, that seemed to do it. So just, it was referencing 2 up, then mining, I suppose. Go to the repair hammer. Should have the same issue. There we go to functions. Add one of these. Fine. Wing animation as well. There we go. That got rid of the errors, I believe. Run the game for 2 seconds. Yeah, don't have anything to repair right now, so that brings us to the lock-on system. Should I have it outside weapons or should I? I should keep it inside weapons. Just I believe it's enough to keep it as a normal node. Scenes player. Let's put it here in weapons. Lock-on system. Okay. lock on range, max targets, etc. Okay. So if we use the normal machine gun raycast to also set the lock on, then we don't have to have two raycasts, which would seem like a waste, but we have to keep in mind once the target is locked on, the weapons, they should not fire if the lock on target is out of range. And at the same time, the lock on target is out of range, the normal the weapon should still fire at the closest enemy like normally. Lock on range, I don't think that's anything. Max targets. I just want to lock on one thing at once, I believe. Would it be fun to lock on to the head of the one enemy, move on to the next, lock on that one, while the first enemy is still alive? Maybe. But I also don't want this lock on to be like a micromanage task for the player, that they have to go and aim on every single enemy. I want the player to be strong enough to blow up all the small stuff pretty fast, and then the lock on should be used on like a prio target, like a huge enemy. Perhaps some enemies really require the lock on, like they have a strong shell with a weak point, really want to hit the weak point, something like that. Like maybe some enemies take 4 times the damage when you hit the weak point. Anyways, this is not the properties I really care about. This I want. My first idea is to show a mesh on the enemy. Show all hitbox meshes enemy when lock on function is active. And someone taught me the other day that it's called hurtbox. Require raycast to hit target for 1 second continuously, and then on second press of lock on button save target to current locked on target. When the target has been locked on, should we then not show the hitboxes anymore? Or do we want the hurtboxes to be visible? At least the one that is targeted? That's the question. Should targeted hurt box remain visible? Probably not. It's up for consideration. Okay. So I'm creating a lock-on system where the hurt boxes should be visible to the player as he locks on to enemy hurt box. My question is it possible to visualize hurt boxes without using a mesh so the player can see hurt box, or should I just create extra meshes like mentioned in the prototype above? Right? Integration. You can use a signal on the lock-on node. Makes sense because then all the weapons can get a message to change their target and targeting functioning to lock-on mode, and they can receive the lock-on target as well. Good. So weapon script should prioritize lock-on target over normal logic when a lock-on exists. If lock-on target is out of range for the specific weapon, revert back to normal targeting. Okay. Might also want future weapon, which is the arrow that flies around and goes through the enemy several times. Function a bit differently when target is locked on, because I imagine going to feel better for that weapon to change target every time it goes through a hitbox, usually. So it bounces around like we saw earlier. But if we have a lock on target, it makes sense that it keeps hitting the same target over and over. Think we will handle that separately in that weapon script. If we need to make that change, I believe we will be able to do on the projectile itself. You can pass the player reference to that weapon when it's being fired. You can even pass the reference to the lock-on node so that the, so that the projectile itself can subscribe to the signal when the lock-on target changes and change its behavior when that happens. Right? That's how the weapons will get the message. Cancel lock-on is pressed. So it might be a good idea to just have a separate button to stop locking on. Not sure if it's necessary, but it's going to be very simple to code. And I think it might be useful. So let's try to imagine, right? We're fighting a ton of enemies. A huge enemy comes along. We wanna focus it down. Then some smaller crap, which is faster, starts flooding the base, hitting the shield. We want to get rid of all the small stuff, and we want to stop locking on. I think this has a case. Cancel lock on. Yep. Clear lock on target when target is queue free. That's true. And this we can do by connect to enemy death signal to receive message or gets removed. This connection can happen when the raycast sets the target, right? Moving out of range behind bolts. Yeah, that I will help. I will handle this, but I will do it on every weapon individually. All right. Also, if lock on target changes before current lock on target dies, should unsubscribe, disconnect the signal of the first target. Good. What did ChatGPT say about the hurt boxes? Exporting them, you can't make collision shapes visible by magic without some kind of visible geometry. Blah blah blah. Hurt boxes will have a 3D collision shape, collision polygon. Collision shape is physics only. Blah blah blah. You need the machines, right 3D or other. Okay. Recommended pattern is hurt box, collision shape, and visual mesh. Yes. Touch the scene to the hurt box. Blah blah blah. Now we will actually get to test the signal bus that I was taught about the other day. So This could be signal bus signal, reveal hitbox, hurt boxes, and then every enemy must be subscribed, connected, and every enemy hurt box or enemy, every enemy hurt box be connected. The reason why I chose the hurt box instead of the enemy, not sure what's best. The hurt boxes are sometimes removed before the enemy is removed. When that happens, I would need a check to see if the hurt box is active before we try to turn it visible when the signal goes off. So that's the caveat with having the enemy keep the signal. If I let the hurt box keep the signal, every hurt box has to connect to the signal, so I can't forget any. So that's the caveat with that. I do actually think my microphone might be a little low here. So if you have turned my stream super high, maybe turn it down for a second. I will turn up the microphone and see if we can hit a bit better number. Like check here. What decibel should my microphone flux it around while I'm speaking? -12 to 6. Okay, so it looks like mine goes like minus 15, 20, -20 to 15, maybe sometimes to -12, but I think I should have a boost of about 10 decibel. So in Zone Hub, hello, 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 hello. Almost, I think. It looks like we're at least around -10. We do sometimes spikes to -5 if we talk louder, louder, louder. So yeah, maybe this is good. We'll try there. Hopefully, if it's too loud or if it's if it's not loud enough, I hope someone will tell me eventually. If you're watching the video log, the restream or whatever it is on YouTube, please leave a comment to let me know how the volume is right now, if it's too loud or if it's fine. Let's move on. Away with this. Put a new ChatGPT box like that. Go to our Obsidian project here. Lock on system. I think we are pretty much ready. Let's do the signal first. Define our signal bus. Reveal hurt box. Signal reveal hurt box. Believe we don't have to send anything here. Let's consider it. What could be useful is to send the name of the player object. The reason being that the name of the player object is actually the peer ID of the one controlling that player. So we can make the hurt boxes visible only for that player. And as far as I know, it's an integer, but well, we will change it if it's necessary. Reveal hurt box. Or maybe we can do a bit different. We can do hurt box visible like that. And then we can add visible bool like that. So the goal with that is to only use one signal and treat it a bit like you would when you set anything visible normally, right? You just do mesh.visible equals true or false. But here you do a function, hurtbox visible, true or false. And you add the peer ID of who you want to execute, what client you want to execute the visibility on. I think it's good. First, we have to think about the connection. Who's going to connect? Well, it's going to be the hurt boxes. So far, we only got one enemy, so we're still on a fresh slate. We can easily make this without too much work. This collision shape is a sphere shape. 1, 1, 1, very simple. Really just an extension of this head model here. So I think we can place it under here. And then visible hurt box. Now we go to our enemy. You can see visible hurt box is nothing yet. We set it to a sphere. There we go. This is the hurt box. Now we just transform it to be like maybe a little bit bigger, but not much. Maybe even this is enough. Do it for everything like that. Can't see it yet, but once we color it, let's see. Material. You can already see that does correctly show it like that. And I think we can do this with more complicated meshes as well. If you add like a really good mesh for leg or arm or anything, a part of an enemy, if that is its own mesh, I think we can just duplicate it and then we can just size it up 1.01 and make it a new color, and voila, we have the hitbox, I think. Hitbox is probably red. So let's do albedo color. Put it like red. Something like that maybe. I don't know. 0. 0. And probably see through. Then we have to make a transparent alpha value. So should the critical, the weak point, should I have their own color? Probably, right? So what is the critical color? Often yellow, right? I'm making visible hurt boxes, meshes on my enemy. What color should the normal hurt boxes be with no multiplier to damage? And what color should the hurt boxes be with critical hit zones, double damage? It could be green and red, it could be red and yellow. Hmm. How does light blue? I think Fallout, I think it's green. New target in watts. Not sure. Critical hurt boxes, orange, gold, or warm glow. Yeah, I think that is a good color though for the critical hurt boxes. That I agree with at least. And can we give it like a glow actually? Blah 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 blah. Critical material shade mode. Shading mode unshaded. Blah blah blah. Stronger glow. Here. No, that is not a stronger glow. Critical material. Here, blooming. Emission enabled. All right. Mission. There. Mission. And then 1006. Times 2.5. Yeah, that makes it really obvious what is the weak point, right? Wow. But I do wonder, like, if I have the transparency here, right? I guess we have to do the albedo here. Like, if we have it like super transparent, it does affect the glow. Okay, that was what I was wondering. So let's try to find a good one. Okay, let's make a mesh. Visible hurt box. Let's look at the body. It's a cylinder shape. We just do cylinder. And now here, cylinder. Transform it. Everything 1.01. And then material. Change the albedo coloring. Let's see the suggestion here first from ChatGPT. If it didn't sound too good to me, but maybe 0.8 and 1. So what is 255 by 0.8? 204. Let's do like 0, 204, 255, and then put it down a bit, like at the transparency and set it to. Oh, that's not very visible, but maybe like what we could also do is increase the we could increase the alpha value when the player is aiming at it. So how would that work? Would have to see when the raycast collides with the collision shape. Then we access the visible hurt box and change the alpha. But I think that's a good idea, to be honest, because then we could have it like maybe as well. What we could change is the glow. So let's say emission 204 to 55. Imagine, right? Player hovers over it. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I think that's good. Mission on. So should I have some emission? Maybe. Trying to find a default here, like when it's not being aimed at. Maybe like this, 0.4, boom. Maybe 2. Set it to 2 when the player aims at it. Keep it at 0.4 when not. Okay? Let's look how that would be on the other one. So we have 0.4 like that. Then boom. Bit ugly color this one. Maybe it should be like this default. And something like this when aimed at. I might want the energy multipliers to be set individually for each hitbox. Critical hurt box and hurt box. All right. So these are the same script. Actually surprised it says damage multiplier 1 here on the critical hurt box. But it might be, yeah, it's set differently here. Mm-hmm. No, I don't need that one. I need just the hurt box glow. Should be a float, I assume. Default can be whatever because I have to change it. Hurt box default glow. And then we have port variable hurt box. We call it targeted glow. Like that. And now we simply have to change it for each individual script. So critical hurt box, I probably want it to be 1 and 2.5, like that. Now you can see it didn't change for the other one, which is what we want. So here we probably want like 0.4 and 2. Perfect. Now we have to see, are we able to access the property of mission glow on the mesh material? I want the hurt box to glow more when targeted by the player. I will make a reference in the script for the hurt box like this. Or hurt box equal hurt box mesh. That mesh instance 3D. Okay. How we say it? Mesh instance 3D. Then we set it in the inspector on both of these. There we go. Mesh instance 3D. Intensity of the glow from here. So the intensity of the glow is what I'm thinking about is here glow, no, mission. The emission energy multiplier, and that is of the material. The meshes material emission energy multiplier. I guess that's correct, right? Yes, first we get the material, set that as its own variable, mat, and then we can access the emission value here. This one. These are definitely the other two lines here is something we might want to use later. So I'll just comment them out for now, but this is the one that I'm really interested in right now. What that means is Bird mesh. We're gonna have down here chunk Bird mesh visible, and that should be a RPC empirical local, and it should be reliable. not unreliable because it's like a one-time call that has to be heard. We want a visible bool. Like that. And we just do hurtbox mesh, visible bool. Isn't it nice when it's easy? Unless I'm missing something, of course. So that's for the visibility. Now, let's try to do the raycast portion. First of all, it should only happen while the like this raycast thing should only happen when the hurtbox mesh is visible, which only happens when the lock-on is active. But that I will control from the other script. The only thing I'm considering is like if I'm already targeting the hurtbox and then turning on the lock-on system, it's probably not gonna update. That it starts colliding, you know? Okay. When raycast collides with a hurtbox, turn the hurtbox glow up. That's one. What else? So normally that could be triggered on collision, body enter, area enter usually, but when lock on starts, it has to check if it's already colliding with the hurtbox. That's it. And turn on turn up glow if it is. Was that clear? Like, while the lock-on is active, if we move to a new hurt box, we can say, the area of the hurt box has entered the raycast. We turn on the glow. But if the raycast is already targeting a hurt box, when the player turns on the lock-on, then there will be no call to say something like we start colliding, we start hitting the area 3D because it already happened before the lock-on was turned on. This raycast I'm using is active all the time. That's why we have to check if it's already targeting a hurt box when we turn it on. Right. Enough yappering. Let's get going. The glow, I think, should also be like local. To not cause any confusion if two players are aiming at the same dude. So that means we're gonna need this anip here, and then we're gonna need hurt box mission energy. We add a float to that. No, we don't need anything. I think we need to set it on or off. So high or low. Targeted. Targeted, I think, is fine. And we say if targeted, we set here. This one goes on top. And we just say if we didn't find a material, we just return. If targeted, this and this. I think we should always keep on. The emission energy multiplier set to default. It's later. Targeted glow. Like that. This is not needed here. Here we say if else if not targeted, then we do this. Default glow. All right. Now we got pretty far. Start looking through this. We got the signal. Every enemy hurt box should be connected. You have to connect to the signal. The signal bus is auto load. So means in ready, in the signal bus, and we connect, and the signal name. So let's find the signal bus. Signal name is hurtbox visible. Let's see, it has a peer ID. Right. Visible bool and peer ID. So I think now I have to think, like, is the host, is the server going to be responsible for calling this signal? Which I think probably yes. I also think the server should receive it. I'm gonna change this shortly. I'm just gonna see. What should we call the function to call this bird box visible? That third box visible. All right. Visible bool and peer ID. So now the server can do. I should right here run by server. Called by server. Can do RPC Bird-box mesh visible from down here. We pass, just a second, RPC ID, peer ID, send it to only the guy who needs it. Okay. We pass the visible bool. Here we connect the third box visible. This complains, visible is already shadowing. Then we say visible bool. That. And then This section we can call something like hurt box visibility. Good. Okay. So let's go back to our Obsidian management here. Every hurt box is now connected. This I have to do when I create the lock-on function. What would also be kind of cool would be right now how it's set up is that when the player targets the hurt box, it will instantly glow up. Perhaps we could have it so that the hurt box starts glowing more and more while the player is targeting it until the lock-on is ready. Then we play like animation or sound that shows like, oh, lock-on is ready, you know? So on this one, as player aims longer on the hurt box, the emission glow can increase like that. In order for us to fix that, we would have to have a multiplier to the glow, which is updated by how long the player looked. So let's say glow multiplier will be something like can be sent as current lock-on time divided by max lock-on time. Lock-on time. It's very long, the variable name, but it's also very explaining what it does. I don't know. Lock-on time might be sufficient, but let's keep it like this for now. We go back to the player, lock-on system. We need a reference to the raycast down here. I like to use export, so we do that. Raycast. Target raycast. So raycast 3D. Put it in here. We can have a target variable. That doesn't have to be an export. And start as null. Let's think. We need lock on active bool. It's probably going to be something like unhandled input event, which set that one. Check the syntax, how to perform action based on button press in unhandled. If input is action pressed, just pressed. Event is action pressed. The action can be called lock on. You can also have one for disable lock on or remove lock on, stop lock on. Maybe we need it. Let's see. So this is a node on player which belongs to a client. Okay. So some things we want the player to be able to execute, and some things the server should execute. Export variable lock on node. The normal node. This one. Okay. And the lock on node. Set the client to authority. The peer. Okay. And then in handle input process, we can let the client, the peer controlled. But once the peer presses whatever button he's able to press, I think the server should take over. Which means we're probably gonna want like an RPC and equal local. Function let's see. Activate lock on active activate activate bool, maybe something like that. And then we do if activate. Okay. So when activate start, what should we do? Guess we have some notes here. Show all hurt bugs. Maybe now I just cross it off here because we have it. Nah. Right, target raycast. So this raycast targeting something and counting up this timer, it should probably be done in physics process. But I also then think if we do this, then I also think that the server should be doing this. So that process, that physics process to multiplayer server, right? We are going to use the delta, so that's fine. Make my life easier, I'm going to do this here as long as I added the to do here, because then it will be easier to see what I still have to note in my script. That should handle the visible, yes. Require target Raycast to hit enemy hurt box for 1 second continuously. So when active, um, Raycast target check is true. Or lock on active, I suppose. Here we say if lock on active. Probably if not lock on active. We don't do anything here. Probably. We'll see. So we say if we have a target, then we do the count or lock current lock on time. It's a float. Current lock on time. We set it, increase it by delta. If current lock on time is less than required lock on time, then we do this. Two seconds. And every time we update the current lock on time, we can access the target, which will be one of our enemy hitboxes. And we can do this one. Hurtbox emission energy. And energy multiplier. Well, the energy multiplier in this case is going to be our energy multiplier. Are we able to see what this means? Yeah, we can see down here. The third box below. Energy. So energy multiplier float. We do current lock on time divided by required lock on time. And then we do like this, yes. But we probably want to do it only for this player. So player, yeah, player, character body 3D, this one, and then we do year ID int is player name int. We use the peer ID. We set RPC ID like this. All right. So what this is gonna say is the energy multiplier is based on how long we locked on the target compared to the required lock on time here. And then peer ID is set to the name of the player, the integer of the name of the player. And that is just how I coded it, that each player gets the name of the peer joining and taking control of them. When we now trigger the RPC ID, we can send the peer ID, so only he runs the visibility function there. I should do this this peer ID. I should set it here. The owner of the player object. The peer ID of the owner of player object. Now we can put it here. We remove this. There we go. And then down here, we remove it. We have it there. Good. we go. So if we have locked on long enough, we can play locked on animation, something like that. On next lock on press, we finish locking on. So this second part is probably something like lock on ready. It's true. And then down here, if lock on is active, then we check if lock on is ready. And if it is, we do lock on target. Else, if lock on maybe better to do it like this. If not lock on active, then set it to active. Else, if lock on is already active, check if lock on is ready and lock on to target if it is. Should check if there's a target as well. It's very nested now, but I guess we can just do and target like that. But is that better? All these criteria has to be met before we do that thing under. Like if we were to debug the nested version, it would be a lot easier because we could just say like error, we don't have a target when we get to that part, or we can print on every part and see how far do we get and stuff like that. But maybe this is cleaner. So let's keep it like that, I guess. All right. If stop lock on is pressed, then it's very simple. If lock on is active. We set lock on active. False, like that. Okay. I change it to 2 seconds. We save it like that. Yes, we increase the glow as time increase. Glow multiplier can be sent to current lock-on time. Yes, we did that. When raycast collides with a hurt box, turn the hurt box glow up. Now this one. Let's see. We still have some things to fix in the enemy here. In the hurt box. Hurt box emission is target, and now we also added energy multiplier here as a float. Blah 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 blah. Our max glow is hurt box targeted glow. Minimum glow is hurt box default glow. And then the current glow times energy multiplier. So I wanted to start at the min glow and then increase up to the max glow. So somewhere in this range, right? It's a bit tricky because if we just do this at 0 seconds, this will obviously be almost 0 because the energy multiplier is like almost 0, which means it's gonna be less than a minimum glow. And if we clamp it to just always be at least the minimum glow, it's still gonna be a little bit of time before this catches up to the minimum glow and starts increasing the glow, which could confuse the player. Like it doesn't feel reactive. He starts aiming at the target and the glow doesn't change, and then it starts glowing. It's like it feels like the game is unresponsive. We don't want that. What we do want is to start at the minimum glow, and from 0.01 second, it should be minimum glow plus a little bit towards max glow. So let's see. Bar, hurt box, low difference, float. When we're ready up, let's set the hurt box glow difference. That this is something that the player has to do as well. Hurt box glow difference to target glow, targeted glow minus the default glow. So now we're talking. Because the energy multiplier will be from 0 to 1, right? And what we can do now is this is min, this is max, this is difference, this one that we just created. And now we can say the difference times the energy multiplier will be, for example, this in the beginning. And then as time increase, it goes up to here at maximum because it's from 0 to 1, you multiply it. So we just do the minimum plus difference. That's this whole thing times the energy multiplier. Energy multiplier. That should increase over time like we want to, I hope. Max glow, min glow. These are maybe just redundant, but whatever. Glow increase equals what did you say? Minimum glow. That's this one. No, the glow increase was difference times EMP. Difference. Red box. Glow difference times energy multiplier. And then final glow is minimum min glow plus difference times EMP, which is this one, glow increase. And the max glow we don't need. Weirdly enough. And now just to show like, okay, this is all redundant lines of code. We could have just put it here, but how would it look if we did? It would be like minimum glow plus this times this. There. And this is maybe less readable than this, in my opinion. Let's ask ChatGPT what he thinks, what we should do. as well. What is like the best practice of this? When I coded this section, I can see that these calculations, these temp variables, and extra calculations split calculations can just be one line of code. Namely this one. But I feel like the one line of code is less readable. So which version should I keep? Which one is more computational efficient? And is the difference big? I doubt it's going to be much of a difference, but we'll see. It's good to check, because there might be some kind of calculation or something that I don't know about, which is expensive. Since I'm not a seasoned game developer, maybe I put this expensive thing in several places and then suddenly my game is choppy and I don't understand. So by doing a quick check, I can avoid it. Glow is Artbox glow, Artbox default glow plus glow difference times energy multiplier. All that is just this one, right? But basically it's up to me, right? What I like is what I'm getting here. Um, energy multiplier. I guess energy multiplier goes from 0 to 1, giving making the final glow max be making final glow max
And final glow min is Hurtbox default glow. Like that. It's a lot of text. Maybe unnecessary. How hard is it to understand that? So we have the minimum glow, right? Hurtbox default glow. The glow increase is this one. Min glow plus glow increase. So if we know the energy multiplier, it takes like 2 seconds to understand this probably. Yeah, this is probably stupid. Whatever. That is enough, I think. So how far did we get? We are starting on the raycast collision part. Okie dokie. Who should execute the hurt? The collision, probably the server. And all the hurt boxes are area 3D. So what I need to know is I have a reference to what is the raycast called? Target raycast, which is raycast 3D. How do I connect to area entered? Raycast collides with an area 3D and area exited. Raycast stops colliding with area 3D. And one more thing. Exactly when lock-on targeting is turned on, the raycast already exists, making it possible that I target an area 3D before these checks are turned on. I should maybe just always have it active. It's so much easier for me, but Bah. So exactly when lock on target turns on, I also need to check if the ray cast is currently colliding with an area 3D. What is the weapon colliding with actually? It collides with a lot of stuff. It's only enemy hitbox that I shouldn't rename that one. Can I do that? Hitbox. In layer 4, or I could just say the object which has group enemy hurt box. Because I believe the enemy hurt box has group hurt box. Yes. And how do I connect to area entered with object in group enemy hurt box? And area exited. Like that. Okay. I think that's like the main syntax issues that I would need. I'm gonna do a quick break to get some coffee. Go to the bathroom. So 10 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. Go back.
And we are back. Hello. So apparently Raycast doesn't have like a collision signal when when an enemy enters or Raycast starts colliding with something. So we have to make the logic manually. And what was suggested here in ChatGPT was that we use the get Raycast hurt box. We can name it target because it is target that we are using for our we are using targets for our target. We if the raycast is not colliding with anything, then target is null. Now, if the raycast is colliding with something and it is in the group enemy hurt box, then we want to set collider, or not like that, we want to set target as collider. And then finally, we return nothing. Wants it like that. But we don't really need to return anything like that. We can just return void. But I do wonder, can I, instead of returning a value, do it like this? Or is it better practice to return a value which is then used to set the target? I know earlier on the stream someone suggested to me that returning the target would be better. Last line reset target to null. Ah, there's no return here. Yeah, of course. That's fine. We can just put it in the else like I wanted to. That's fine. So this is recommended best practice. Returning a value is better because computes a result, not modifies a state. Easier to reuse. Hmm. So it is just generally recommended to return the result. Then I'm not gonna argue too much because to me it's not much of a difference, right? We put it back with the returns here, and then we go up here. We call getRake as target, and we set the target to the returned value. So not much of a difference to me. Then we check, do we have a target? If we have a target, do this. Else we do this. Finish locking on. Finish lock on target. It's done like this. And the rest of, like all of this, doesn't have to run if lock-on is ready already. So you can do it like this. Yeah. Skip all of this if lock-on is already ready. We just have to make sure that when we lose the target, like if the previous target was something and now it is null, then, or if the target changes, then I'm slow in my head. The target changes, then the lock-on is not ready. And also the current lock-on time has to reset if the target changes. So how do we fix that? We say target last frame. And then we set target last frame equals target. Before we do that, we check if target equals, if target changed basically. If we, no, it doesn't have to be a target, but if the target is different from target last frame, then we're gonna reset current lock-on time, and if we had already locked onto a target, then, or if the lock-on was ready, then it's no longer ready. There we go. So all of this can probably this sets the target. This does some logic if the target changed.
Reset lock on. Ready. And current login time if target changed. And I suppose this can go in the end, like it's maybe cleaner to do the last frame part at the end. Even though this is like the targeting logic right up here. Yeah. Okay. When raycast collides with a hurt box, turn the hurt box glow up. So that is the raycast gets the target if we have a target and it's not already fully locked on. We start to increase the lock-on time, which in turn does increase the emission energy. So I would say this is already good. Uh-huh. There's nothing we lost there, right? Oh, this is... And I thought it used collisions the same, like on area enter and stuff, but no, it doesn't. 1 second, press of lock on, save target, to current lock on target. Yeah, probably not. Maybe. So if we lock on a target, do we want any indication to show like we are locked on still? Like, all the missiles will be flying and hitting that target. It will be super obvious that we are locked on, but maybe. We do have a reference to the hurt box already. So it would be easy to like make sure it stays active even after we send the signal to turn off all the hurt boxes. Maybe we should start by having it glow, show everyone show the player who they're locked onto, and then change it later. I think the biggest criteria to, or like reason to not show the glow, it would be that if we make an enemy which is actually good looking, cool, something like that, then we don't want it to be a big glowing yellow ball instead, right? We'll see. But I do indeed think that the target right here is it enough to um, is this variable enough, or do we need a separate one for the final locked on target? I wonder. I guess the question I should ask, does this one change? Does the target change after we finish locking on? So let's see how that would work, right? Lock on active. The entire physics process which sets the target is locked behind if not lock on active. So as long as we turn lock on active equals false when we lock on the target, it should be good. The target should not update after that point. Now, what we want to do is call a signal here, which tells everyone about our target, our lock on target. Now we could use the signal hub again. I believe that makes sense. Signal bus. What we do is signal lock on target changed, target. Then we emit signal down here. This is just to get rid of debugging line down here. This one doesn't actually do anything. Let's see. Lock on target changed target. So we have to emit that signal. For the server, we want to. Do we have to connect to signals? No, we don't. We don't have to connect to signals here, right? Because we're only going to emit them. Finish lock on target. Here. Signal bus dot emit signal.
lock on target changed. We give him the target like this. Did we add more signal buses right here? No, only this one for now. Vert box visible. That's also something that should be called from here. When lock on active is set to true. That's when I believe we want to do mid signal. Vert box visible. See. We need a bool. We say true and peer ID is self-explanatory. Visible bool is true. So why do I add this line before this? Well, it's just because I don't want it to just say true here. Like I don't know if I look at this line, I want to understand what is this part. If it just says true, I don't know what is it doing the true. If I set it to false, what happens? I don't know. But if I have it like this, then I know like, oh, okay, it's something to show if it's visible or not. Easier at least to understand. Now the same way, this signal which turns it visible, we should turn it off when we stop the lock on. It happens here, false. It happens here. Now what we could maybe do is put this function, this inside a function, like we could just say something like and we might actually have to do it anyways because this is the player doing stuff, but signal should maybe be done by the server. Actually, all of this should be done by the server. Now that I think about it. So I want to read the player's input. Only the player's input on this part. But I want only the server to do this stuff. So how do I do that? Oh, RPC, I guess. Put this in the function and RPC it. Let's try. I already kind of did it here, I guess. Lock on activate? No. Where do I use this one? Never. Okay. So let's do lock on pressed. Like that. And then we do RPC ID 1. That's the server. And then we call lock on pressed. Now all of this, I want the server to do it, so I put it in activate lock on, show all hurt boxes. Yeah. Now this throws an error. Okay, like that. This is old. There we go. If lock on is pressed up here somewhere, here, lock on is pressed. Ask the server to do this. Server sets lock on active, true. It signals the hurt boxes to be visible, but only for the owner of this player object. When it turns locking on active. If the button is pressed while lock on is already active, and we have a target ready to be locked onto, then we say we're done locking on. We're going to stop running the physics process. We're going to signal which lock on target has been set. And then we're going to stop showing all the hurt boxes. But what we might want to do here, we have a function called hurt box mesh visible on our hurt boxes, which runs when the signal goes off. we might want to run this for the target so that it stays visible. Only the target hurt box. All the other hurt boxes turns off, but the target hurt box stays. So let's try that and see how it looks. Go to our lock-on system and we do this target RPC like that, and then we say show targeted hurt box or peer ID for owner. Turn off hurt boxes. Turn off all hurt boxes and show targeted hurt box. I think it's good to do it this way. What we could also do is like add in this signal here, we could send the targeted hurt box in the signal, and then every object could check like, am I the targeted hurt box? I am, then I shouldn't turn off while everyone else turns off. But that's less effective and maybe more annoying if I'm going to change it. This is separate. The only danger with this one is that it doesn't use the signal bus, so the target has to have this function, and it has to exist, I guess. So I could add like if target, and if the target has this function to be safe, but I'll keep it like this. Okay, so that's lock on pressed. Now, there are other options, right? If stop lock on is pressed. So there we do RPC, stop lock on pressed. We also want to send it to the server like this. We bring this down, func, stop lock on press, add it here, and then we sure that any peer can receive it, and also local, because the server is also a player and can call this himself. Yes. So that's stop lock on press. Let's see what print statements we still have. Play locked on animation. True. That's something that I should add. It's probably gonna make a big difference. So we'll keep this in. Doesn't seem like there's more print statements than that. Finish lock on target. Believe we did that now. Yep. Let's go back to our high overview. high-level overview. Yes. If lock on is ready, save target to current lock on target. Instead of that, we signal lock on target. Should target hurtbox remain visible? Question. Can stay for now. Weapon integration. Right, so now we're over to the weapon script. We have to make sure that they get notified when lock on target changed. Now, the lock on target changed is coming from the signal bus. So they have to subscribe to that signal or connect to that signal. Signal bus, lock on target changed, target. Now we go to missile launcher on the ready. Is it only the server that needs to know? Well, only the server runs the physics process, and that's where target is set. And that's where you fire. I think so. It's fine. So here we go. On target. Lock on target changed. I believe was the correct function. Lock on target changed. And then the function we should run. Make a variable var lock on target, which starts as null. If lock on target, check range. Check range first. And do target closest if out of range. Okay. Let lock on target. And that should have received target. Let me say lock on target equals received target. It's a bit silly having all these checks if received target. It's what it basically does is if it skips this line if for some reason I sent a null target in the signal. But maybe it's a bit silly because I want to fix that, right? If I should never send this null target. So this should really be it. But at the same time, if something unexpected happened, that the script looks okay, but a null target is sent anyways, then at least the game wouldn't break. Oh, difficult to say. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT what's like what's the recommended procedure here. I have a question about best practice here. This function runs when a signal is emitted, which sends a target to the script. What you see as received target. Now, I added a safe line if received target to make sure it's not null. But I'm not sure if this is best practice because obviously the check for if the target is null should be done before the signal is sent. So it will, meaning this will be redundant. But I do it anyways. What's best practice? I also feel like it makes it easier to debug if you don't have the if check, you know? Because let's say you send a null target and you have this check, then you don't get an error. Maybe what I should do is have a else and then print warning that lock on target called with invalid target null false target, something like that. That would maybe make sense. Let's see, signal bus dot connect lock on target, and that is that lock on target like that. But in fact, it's a good question for another time. But in this scenario, we do actually want to set the target to null sometimes. Now that I think about it, because when a lock on target dies, it should give a message. Hmm. When the locked on target dies. Let's see. If it doesn't give a message, we start running the set target function. This will return false because there is no lock on target. It is now queue freed. It's gone. And it will just target closest instead. If in range, lock on target, target and return. Then we stop. But if it's not within range, then we continue down here. Good, 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 good. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. ChatGPT is smart. If I actually want to set it to null, then from that signal, then I can't have that check. Very good. If null is never supposed to happen, so let's look. What should you do then? So it's a push warning that it's suggested here. Push warning, set lock on target, called with null. This should not happen. All right, that's how you would ignore those null sends if you wanted to. And it's great when you're building. You can also assert. It's kind of like saying if it's not null. But here it doesn't. Is it going to return automatically if the search fails then? Or how is that going to work? Assert is stripped in release. Interesting. So I can keep all code with asserts everywhere. And when the game launches, they are gone. I think. It's good practice to have a bit of defensive programming. All right. This is recommended. But the sender should always validate. If he doesn't, we do have a robust way to handle it. Yes. And this is important. If we add a push warning, we will actually see it happening. Good. Now, in range. That's something that we can declare here. Var in range as a bool. And then we have to see if the length between the target and player is smaller or equal to our max range. So distance, player, target, lock on target is smaller or equal to max range. Like that. And then that's the logic anyways. Can you take this pseudocode and fix it? The proper syntax. Player is a character body 3D and lock on target is an area 3D. Both should have global positions. Okay. Player we have here. Lock on target here. Yes. Okay, so distance 2. I think this is actually something I use pretty often. So I think I'm gonna save this one. I like it. But of course, what we can do is say, again, this is not necessary, but we can do player position and player.global position and lock on target position, I guess. Matter. Lock on target global position. This way, it will be easier to read when we do player position distance to target position, like that. Now this line doesn't go like super far. Makes it more readable. Let's see. Common code syntax. Um, Distance. No, not like that. This distance. Distance between two targets. This distance equals target 1 dot distance 2, target 2. 2 targets, target 1 and target 2. Yeah, I like that one. Let's see. The server connects to this signal. When the lock on target changes, we run set lock on target as the received target. Now we have lock on target correct. When we run the physics process and we set target, we check if we have a lock on target. And if it's valid as well, remember, if this is null, it skips it. So if we have a valid lock on target, then we check if the lock on target is within the range of the weapon we're currently using, the missile. If it is in range, the lock on target is our target, which should be like this. Now, if it is not in range or not a valid target, we are down to this part. Target the closest one. And that one simply tries to find a target. Like eligible targets are targets that are within our sphere of range. It's an array that stores all the valid targets. Again, you see distance 2 is being used, which is showing how valuable that one is. Cool, 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 cool. If it did end up, I do wonder though, is target is set to current closest? Ah, right, right. So it doesn't matter if we don't set the target to null here. Wait a moment. When we set the target here, it's out of range. We don't do anything here. If there is no closest target, this doesn't do anything either. So my question is, is the target ever updated to be null? Because if not, it will let's say that it was in range 1 frame or 1,000 frames ago, then if the target is set to the lock-on target, it will still stay there. It will keep firing at that thing, even if you go outside the range. I have to set the target to null if all of these fail. I guess the set target can do a reset of the target every time, because what set target is doing is making sure that our target is valid and setting it. Every frame. So I think it's fine if it's set to null if and it keeps being null if this doesn't find a valid target. Yep. Try target lock on. It's fine if this is in set target. I'm just thinking all of this text, it could be in its own function, especially if you have multiple targeting modes. It's nice to have it more separately. So target lock on. Let's do this. Now, if it's not in range, this is just gonna do nothing. If that's the case, we don't have a target when it's done running. So target lock on. Did we really save that many lines of code? I don't know. This was before. This is after. 3 lines, 5 lines. What's cleanest? I don't know. Maybe I should start using this more for the small if else checks to just keep it on one line. Maybe. Maybe. Let's see, how far did we get? Lock-on system. Add signal lock-on target changed. Yep. Signal bus. Call from lock-on node. Connect weapons that should interact with lock-on to the signal. Yep. We could also do this for our machine gun. I think I'm gonna try that. Just gonna finish it for the missile first, and then consider it. Update weapon scripts to prioritize lock-on target over normal logic when a lock-on target exists. That's fine. We did that. If the lock-on target is out of range for the specific weapon, revert back to default targeting. We do that. Cancel lock-on when cancel lock-on is pressed. We do that. We called it stop lock-on for now. Clear lock-on target when target is queue free. Well, I guess I figured out that it wasn't needed. But do we need... I'm just trying to think now how... When is the lock-on target cleared if it's alive? And what I'm thinking is that here, if not lock-on is active, when you start locking on again, we should clear it. So that means clear current lock on target, if any. Target. Target is null. Also, emit a signal. Lock on target changed. The target. Emit signal. And here we see we already got to use an example where we send a null target. We only need to do this signal if we actually have set a target already. Or if the target we currently had set is still alive. So yeah. Clear lock on target when we start lock. We restart lock on process. And target moving out of range behind walls. So behind walls is not the case. Out of range, that is fine. We did that. Okay. Now we got pretty far, I would say. We can see here, do we have any print? Lock on animation. That's what we would like to add there. On the missile launcher, let's see, do we have any prints? That's fine. We checked that, I believe. There's nothing else. We can save that. And finally on the enemy hitbox, is there any print left? No. Okay. And as always, we have been coding for 3 hours and 40 minutes, 3 hours and 30 minutes. Now we're gonna run the game. And of course, it's gonna work exactly as intended the first time around. No errors. Oh, 200 errors, 300 errors. Whoops. Lock-on system, input map, stop lock-on doesn't exist. Oh, that's pretty easy error. We go to project settings, go to input map. We add a lock-on button, add a new action, I mean, like that. And then on the lock-on button, we add a key. What should we lock on with? Not sure what keys I already use. Let's do F. And then clear lock-on is such a better name. I should have done that. I'll do it. Clear lock-on is set to G. All right, now are we able to see F or G anywhere else? Not that I can see, so I think it's safe. Close it. Now we see stop lock on, we do clear lock on. Is there any stop lock on press? Rename that as well then. Clear lock on. Pressed stop. Rename clear. Okay, that should be it. No errors yet. Here are some errors. Stop the game and see the errors for the player joining. Oh, this is actually not. This is not from what we did today, except it's because we moved the pickaxe around, I guess. Prop target node pickaxe model visible not found. That might be from the animation. Prop target. Pickaxe model visible. Go to the player. Find the pickaxe. Sounded like it was a synchronizer here that was complaining. Let's see. Player synchronizer that can go right under the player. Camera synchronizer can go right under the camera. Could actually be right here. And then I have to update the paths. Not now. Blah blah blah. What is this synchronizing problem? Tool synchronizer. Player mesh and submeshes mesh instance 3D visible. Huh. So I guess this is referring to, well, it used to refer to probably pickaxe and the repair hammer. But this doesn't make sense. Probably shouldn't just delete it straight out, but just turn it off like this and then add property, pickaxe, visible, and second one was repair hammer, visible. Yeah, like that, on change. Yes, on change. That should be reliable, I believe. Yeah. On change is reliable. You didn't know, like, the multiplier synchronizer, when you do on change, that means the same as a reliable RPC, which means that it's gonna be picked up by the other clients. When you do always, then it's gonna update continuously as unreliable. So it might skip some frames, skip some updates sometimes if it's missed, like doesn't care. But if it will then update the next frame, so it's no problem usually. But on change is nice because then you only update it when it's actually changed. You don't check it every frame. And also when it first updates, it's never going to be missed. It's going to be like a reliable call. So what it means basically, if, as far as I understood, if it's somehow missed, it's going to be updated next frame. Still, it's only going to run like once. So overall, it's going to be cheaper than always if you don't update the value much. Okay, so there we go. You see the errors disappeared, which means this things. Let's play a little bit before we delete these things, just in case there's something I didn't understand. I'm pretty sure it was just the path is broken. Yeah, seems fine, right? Lock on. That's a funny. That's lock on and there is off. Yeah. So now I have lock on. Hey, stop shooting him, guy. I need to lock on this target. Get far enough away. It doesn't instantly die. I see. Beep, 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 beep. There, I believe I locked on. It kind of looked like it hit the body still. Damn it. Okay. Enemy. Where are your movement? Move, move, move. Movement. Where is your speed? Speed, speed, speed. Here. Set your stupid speed to 0.05. I don't care. Stop moving. Connect. Okay. Oh yeah, one more thing. Like now this is active for this player. I'm just trying to check like now it turned off, it's on off. If this is on for the main player, can I turn it off? No, it doesn't look like I can turn it off on my. Okay, so this works. And it does seem to be separate. I have to do it like this. Okay. So this is separate for sure. This guy is also separate. Okay, perfect. Now wait a moment. Ah, okay, I see what's happening. Let's try again. There we go. Now it should be locked on, I think. Go away. Yeah, I think I locked on there. But the missile goes straight for the body. And that might be an issue in the
missile script itself. So we are obviously sending, well, obviously I should check, of course, in missile launcher, when we send the target, here the second one is the target, okay? We go to our missile, and at the initialize, check the target, the hurt box, target is hurt box. Blah, blah, blah. Forward this player forward, it's fine. Initial duration, set to 0, I think, yeah. That's basically, doesn't matter. The physics. If you have a target, which we should have, we set the direction. Direction. Target global position, blah, blah, blah. Nothing weird there. Okay, so after we set the target direction, we do movement and rotation. Movement and rotation. Okay. Targeted glow. Go 16. I just need to make sure I see this. What's going on? Targeted. They what is it? Energy. And it's of this one, energy. It goes up to 16? Yeah, it does. Okay. What I could do is print in our lock-on. Lock-on system, we can print when the target is like primed and ready. If lock-on active and lock-on ready and target. Print. Lock
Locked in, baby. Locked in, ready. And then, oh, this is when we actually press it. Locked in. Maybe we can start with that. Maybe we don't have to do more yet. Oh, locked in, 100 damage. Locked in. Shoots the wrong thing. Oh, damn it. Okay, we know we locked in. That means this runs. Locked in, locked on active. Okay, nice. Thanks. Thanks, Sam. We know we are locking in. The signal should be sent, lock on target changed. Now we should go to our missile launcher and see if it gets it properly. Missile launcher. Lock on target. We are connected to lock on target changed. We run set lock on target. Here we can say we set lock on target and do missile launcher. Lock on target. Lock on target. How did you get the quality though? Quality of what? I'm not sure if you're joking because I am only using like the standard cylinders and squares and stuff from Godot. Let's see what happened. This enemy is spamming stuff. This one as well. Spamming. Go away. Ah, you're recreating The Last of Us. That must be a big project, right? Yeah, of course not the entire game. That would be crazy. Okay, that's cool. I saw this guy on YouTube, Thomas something, game dev. He recreated a scene from I think Half-Life a couple of days ago.
Maybe you can get some nice inspiration from him if you want to make it look good. The channel. Let me see if I can find it. I go YouTube. Thomas Brush. Halo? No, Half-Life. Half-Life. Blah, 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 to the characters. Is it from live maybe? Okay, so it is. Let's see, can I respond to you here like this? So it is towards the middle or the end of that video, I think, that he starts working on that scene. I only saw the second part. But if you go to his channel, there's a video called Making Your Game Looks 10 Times Better from like 3 days ago. And that impressed me a lot. If you want to see like how a little bit of sound effects and music can change like the game, then you should look at that. He was looking at the viewer's game, he was commenting on it, and he showed like, if you just add like this sound, this music, and maybe a hit effect here, like a few small things, and then the game looked 10 times better, man. I really liked that video. Okay. Back to action. Lock on. Locked in. That's what we're looking for. Locked in. Here. Play locked on. Locked in was never played. Okay. The other part. Physics process. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Target and not lock on ready. This is very set lock on ready. We can do print. We should write what script it's from. Lock on system. Lock on ready. Yeah, no problem, man. He's a good YouTuber. You might find some good stuff. We did lock in. Nice. So now it worked. Missile launcher. Lock on target, critical hurt box. That's what I wanted, yeah? So we know that we are able to set the lock on target at least. Now this runs every frame. We reset the target. If we have a lock on target, then we do target lock on. Missile. This is gonna spam like crazy though. Setting lock on target. As target. Trying. Set lock on target as target. If in range. Range is max range. On target set. Target. Else. Lock on target. Out of range. Out of range. Out of range. So the lock on target is set as target. The question is, does the missile fire before that happens? Was there any time the target was... Well, let's do it simple. Let's do max range plus 10. Now it worked. Okay, so the problem is that just before the target is within range, the range that was set for my lock on target, it comes within the closest target range and the missile is already gone. It's already fired. That's the issue. I could either update the missile to the lock on target continuously on the missile script, or I could just have the lock on target have a bit more range than the closest target range. Ah, sorry, man. It was Half-Life or something that he made. But I mean, he's very good at recreating it, I saw. So perhaps you got some good tips. Let's try +1. Not enough. Yes, that's enough. Okay. The enemy, the hurt boxes can go away like that. Oh, let's see. When an enemy spawns, when an enemy spawns, if I'm already locking on, it doesn't update his mesh. And that is because he's not alive when it's called. Okay. Hmm. Nice. Did that guy just fire on the locked on target as well? Ugh. Let's see. Well, yeah, he does. Okay. I don't want one player to set a lock on target for everyone, so I have to make sure it only does so for the player doing the lock on. Yeah, it makes sense because the server is the one controlling both the signal and the targeting for everyone. So what I would have to do is add on lock on target changed. I would have to add the peer ID that I know which one to change it for. Blah blah blah. Lock on target changed. Target changed. Only these two. Now we add a peer ID. Save in the signal bus. Lock on target changed. Peer ID. Int. And then find managers. Lock on system here. Missile launcher. Set peer ID. Received peer ID. Lock on target change. This one. Peer ID. Set lock on target. Yeah, it's this one. Var. Authority info. Peer ID is let's see, integer is set it to 0 to begin with, but in ready you want to set peer ID to player name. Oh yeah, true. Don't do it like that. And now on this one we do if peer ID is peer ID, or I guess if not, return like that. Okay. Hopefully then it will only update the lock on target for the correct peer ID. Let's see. Movement. Just put it to 0, man. It's still moving. Why is it still moving then? Direction times speed is the velocity. If the speed is 0, velocity should be 0, right? I'm missing something. Put it to 10. Let's go faster. No, it doesn't. Ah, I know what I'm missing. It's exported variable. So what I have to do is go here. Then change the speed. 0.05. Oh, just 0. There we go. Hopefully. Boost. Yeah, looks good. Huh. Okay. Good. That was test 1. Oh, test 2. This guy performs the lock-on, and then this guy shoots. Oh, nice. He didn't hit him in the head. This guy, lock-on. This guy, shoot. Nice. Final test. This guy, lock-on. This guy, shoot. Good. And now we should hit him in the head, hopefully. Yes. Good, 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 good. That was one of the problems. The second problem was that his glow, while I'm trying to target something. Let's see if I can just show it quickly. Now he spawns. Like, let's say, now I have the thing active. The lock on. Have it active. But when I spawn a new enemy, I can't see it. That's because the mesh that enemy never got a message to show his hitboxes, hurt boxes. Another thing was that the material was shared between all the enemies, so if I targeted one hurt box, like all of them was shown brighter. Let's see. I target one enemy's hurt box and the glow increases. It increases on all hurt boxes. All enemies. But I only want it to change on the targeted enemy. It's happening because they are all using the same material which I am changing. And the function doing this is this. So I'm guessing I would have to create a new material dynamically or have a separate material maybe when for the one I'm targeting. Let's see. So what we do is get the material and we duplicate it, and then notebook mesh set surface override material, and we change it to the unique material. Also, it does it in ready sets, makes a unique material for each enemy. Okay. I just wonder. Is that necessary? It's not like I'm gonna. I doubt people are gonna use targeting that many enemies with the lock-on function. So making an extra material for every enemy might be unnecessary. Perhaps it's better to create the material when they're targeted. I don't know. Is it expensive to create a new standard material for 1,000 hitboxes, hurtboxes? If so, can I just do map changed bool on glow increase if not mat changed? Create mat and change. Proceed with glow up. Okay, so I'm not doing that. That's true. So it's fine. Yeah, I don't see a reason why not making it optimized, so let's just do it right. Okay, so material variables. As unique material booleans. You go down here. If targeted, here. If not as unique material. Ensure unique material. That get the material, duplicate it, set the duplicated material as the material of the hurt box. And now, as unique material is true, which means that it only runs once. Like that. Now the rest should be the same. Get the active material, increase the glow. Multiple enemies. Yeah. What I do notice is that the glow doesn't reset when I stop targeting it. So, um, this part never runs. When should that run? It should run when the player stops targeting it. Um, so it would be when the target changes, I suppose. We go to our, what is this called? Hurt box emission energy. Right. Player. Lock on. This one. Physics. Target. If target is different target from the last frame. And we do this. You have to make sure it's... No, we don't have to. Okay. Okay. How do we do this? Target last frame. If it was a valid target last frame, okay. If it was a valid target last frame, then reset its emission energy. False. The energy multiplier. Energy multi. See, when does this happen? In the physics process. Okay. If you have a target. Actually, I don't need... I don't need that. Reset to default glow. Just like that. False. Okay. Invalid target. Increase emission until lock on ready. Hopefully that works. Hard to tell if I messed something up. Okay, that seems to work. Test it on this guy as well to make sure. All right. As far as I can tell, then there was like one more thing I had to change. Yeah, when the enemy spawns right now. When the enemy spawns, it doesn't have the colors, even though it might be active, the lock-on system. So how do we fix that?
Um, well, the first thing that came to my mind, which is probably not the optimal solution though, but in like the signal bus, I could just keep a variable there, which no, oh no, for the specific for each peer ID. I must know if lock-on is currently active. Let's say an enemy spawns, right? Let's say an enemy spawns and the player gets the message in the lock-on system, all right? Enemy spawned, gets a message here. And then we stay. If lock-on active, then tell that enemy to show its colors. From this peer ID. Yes. Okay, so how does the hurt boxes get shown in the first place? Like this. Let's just make the function first, all right? This one should run on a signal for the host. Func um, hurt box on enemy spawn. Hurt box visible on enemy spawn. And then signal bus. Here's the peer ID, that's fine. Visible pool var
Visible bool. It's true. Or actually, visible bool is lock on active. Let's see, on enemy spawn. Show hitboxes if currently. Show hitboxes if lock on is active. Simple. Mm, this one should only run if this is true, so maybe it's better to do this way. But this is the true. Remove this line. Yeah. If lock on is active, then we set the hitbox visible for the specific peer ID owning this object. So that's one step. Next, we have to make sure this runs when the enemy spawns. In order to do that, we need to connect to the signal. The signal doesn't exist yet, but we can prepare it here. Connect to enemy spawned. And like that. Hitbox visible on enemy spawn. The only issue right now it is that this goes to all hitboxes in the game. That's a waste. It's also fine, but it's a waste. It just turns visibility on. So it is really no problem, but we don't have to update the hitboxes which are already on the field. The question is, how hard is it going to be to update all the hitboxes without doing it this way? I think the answer is that we would have to make sure every enemy has a function to update all its hitboxes. Oh, it's too much work. And be optimized by having each enemy having only spawned enemy. Update. Minor improvement. It might matter if you have like 10,000 enemies, you know. If you have like 1,000 enemies, it's probably fine. And it's not even all the time. It's only when the player is actually actively trying to set a new target. Lock on target. Is it worth it to create a function? On the enemy, I call instead, which that's the red box is visible. And I call it directly on the spawned enemy. Hmm. So both are easy. This one is a bit faster, but I should choose the one that I feel is the easiest. Is the conclusion there? Enemy set hurt boxes visible. True. Enemy here. At export var all hurt boxes. Array. Set hurt boxes visible. Func set hurt boxes visible. Visible tool for hitbox in all hurt box. In all hurt boxes. All hurt box meshes. Like that. Hurtbox mesh dot visible is visible bool. And that would have to be RPC. Unappear, local, reliable. Now we go back. So who should I call this? Yeah. Yeah. I understand. Lock on. If lock on is active. Enemy. Set hurt boxes visible. That's gonna be an RPC. And it's gonna send visible bool. Hurt box visible on enemy spawn. Let's see. Enemy spawned signal. Then we go to the signal bus. Signal. Enemy spawned. Enemy. Mid signal. Enemy spawned. Okay, now this signal exists. We go to the enemy script. Ay. And ready. It doesn't have a ready yet. We do func ready. Signal
bus dot emit signal. Enemy spawn 12. When the enemy joins the scene, it's gonna give a signal, I have spawned. This signal comes from this place, the signal bus. Enemy spawned enemy. This is the part where it is emitted from. Now, player lock-on system connects to this signal, and when it's activated this signal, it runs hurtbox visible on enemy on. This one. And here we can see it receives the enemy, which sent itself through the signal. And we say, if we are currently trying to lock on to something, we're gonna tell the enemy RPC ID, here ID, only for the player who owns this lock-on system. It's gonna be separate for each player. That bird box is visible bool. Okay. Back to the enemy. Set bird boxes visible. Set hurt boxes visible. This is only gonna run again for each player. It will run based on if they are searching for a target right now. For each hurtbox mesh, in all the hurtbox meshes, set it to visible. Alright? Currently, this is empty. So I put visible hurtbox, head, critical head, visible hurtbox, body, put it inside. Oh, I'm not allowed to put it inside. That's what she said. Then I need a mesh. Maybe I have to declare that this takes meshes or something. In order to fill this with meshes, do I need to declare it differently? Yes. All hurtful meshes is array. Doesn't know what type. What we should do is okay. Put it inside this. Good. Found. There it is, critical head. Now we do it for the body. Head and body. Save it. Play it. So the goal is that when I now spawn an enemy without the lock-on, it should spawn normally. But if I turn on the lock-on and then spawn the enemy, it should spawn like that, with the hitboxes visible for the lock-on. Good. Here we see spawning enemies with the lock-on, turning off the lock-on, spawning enemies. Perfect. Now we just have to make sure it works for this guy as well. So first, with no lock-on. Good. And just place him there. Now with the lock-on. Ooh, it doesn't work for this guy. Phew. Okay, almost there. Works for host server. It works for server, but not for her people. So this part is called from the player lock-on system. Now, every player has a lock-on system. So this thing runs on every player, which means it might, yeah, like every player. This one doesn't just run once, but we should probably have it only run once. Each client. I think the lock-on system is under authority of the lock-on node, yeah. It's under authority of the client, so what we could do is have this part run locally on the client. In order to fix that, we go to ready and we do if multiplayer authority is multiplayer authority, like that. Now, the change is that each client will only connect to the enemy spawn signal on its own lock-on system, not on everyone's. Maybe it works, maybe not. We'll see. Okay, something like that. Server it still works for. Okay. Let's do
this guy.
Moment of truth. Oh, no. Didn't work. Oh, multiplayer logic sometimes is very hard. But let's see if we figure it out. This should only run for each client. Only the clients get a message when the enemy spawns and runs this part. So here, only client, run by, client, called by, server, when enemy spawns, signal sent when enemy spawns. How does the signal look? Runs in ready, not only by the server, maybe it should be if multiplier is server. How does that work? Only the server gets the signal. Only the server sends the signal. Wait. Then this has to be server. Only the server sends the signal. Only the server receives the signal. So then this is run by the server. And it says if lock-on is active on this guy, then on the enemy that just spawns, run this function specifically for the peer ID who owns this player object and set it visible. Has to work, right? Let's see. Server still works. Connect on this guy. See, now it's off.
That's correct. Oh, why? Let's see what this one does. The signal. It should be here. Set third box visible here. This is the one. Okay, so this is how it looks. Third box mesh dot visible. Did I do that? Hurt box mesh dot visible equal visible pool. Yes, I did do that. The only difference I can really see is that here I have the server listen to the signal and then call the RPC ID here. The receiving function looks just like this. Hurt box mesh visible equal visible. That's hurt box mesh equal visible. And appear call local. If the server asks a specific peer to run this, I did put RPC ID. Well, print lock on system, we do sending message to enemy. Now we go to the enemy. Enemy. Received message. Setting visible pool. Visible. Or player. Peer ID. Ah, yeah, that's not. Yeah, for player. Something like that.
Received message setting visible bool true for player 1. Okay, connect. Naman, click it. Sending message to enemy seems to be running for both of them, but setting visible bool true happens only for player 1. Okay. Here's some debugging. Okay, finally I understand. So the enemy I'm referring to only exists on the server because it looks a little different on other clients. It's a different enemy on the clients. They don't find the one that is referred from the server. Right. Which means to fix this, I'll probably have to just do peer ID int func part 2 uh, 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 visible bool this and remove this, set it here, run this, an RPC, giving the visible bool, send it only to peer ID. What a mess. No wonder people like to work with signals mainly. Calling RPC version of set third book. Part. And then on the player, just have to make sure I did it correctly. Lock on. Server calls set hurt box is visible with visible bool peer ID. And then visible bool peer ID in that order. Yes. Okay. Good. Message received. F. Calling the RPC part. Still no. Just a quick check that it's not the timing issue. I have a simple timer here. One-shot timer. Oh, it waits 2 seconds before it launches the RPC. So connect. This. That was it. Okay, it was a timing issue. Annoying, but okay. Yep. Now it takes 2 seconds, but you can see it spawns, turns blue. So what that means is this signal is emitted in ready, and everything happens really fast in ready. Comes back here, sets the box mesh, whatever. And the thing is that this enemy doesn't exist on the other peers yet. That's why it doesn't work. It spawns on the server, and in this ready, oh yeah, my backup runs. Good. In this ready, where the server spawns the enemy, and in the enemy's ready, he calls this signal and everything happens. But it's first on the next frame that everyone else spawns the enemy. So the enemy doesn't exist yet on the other guys. And that was the main issue, probably all along. So there's like call the bird that should do it like on the next frame or something. Call the bird, call the meta on the object during idle time, always returns null, blah blah blah. Idle happens mainly at the end of process and physics frames. In it, deferred calls will be run. Okay, well, I'm not sure if that's gonna be long enough of a wait time, but signal emit signals spawn. That I suppose should also be only run by server. Then it doesn't have to be here though.
Call deferred. Remove the timer for now. It works on the server. It works on both. Okay. So let's do one last proper check, and then I think we're getting close to the end of the stream. When we get this to work. So we start with the server. This is without. This is supposed to spawn like this, black. Good. Turn it on, spawn. It works. Good. Now we test this guy. I turned it off. They should spawn black. See this guy. Yep, they spawn black. And then turn it on and spawn. Yes, they spawn with color. Very good. Could also check on this guy fast, I guess. Die, die, die. Yep, he spawned like that. Now he spawned like that. Good. Point, target. Oh yeah. It was also supposed to. I was also supposed to let them focus target stay when I locked on only the mesh that is focused. Did I actually end up doing anything about it? Let's see. If lock on is pressed, blah blah blah. Lock on pressed. If lock on is active, lock on ready and target. Locked in. Let's see. Lock on active is false, and signal everyone about the lock on target. Turn off all the hurt boxes. And then for the specific dude, peer ID, hurt box mesh, visible bool. Yeah, because the visible bool is of course still false from earlier here. Bool. It's true. Maybe that fixes it. So the hope is that if I lock on, yes, the lock on target is still glowing. You. And this guy, check him as well. Locking on. Yep, it stays. Now the missile will go after that head. No, didn't. I died maybe. There. Yes. Good. Design and implement lock-on is complete. Yes. The missile launcher is almost complete as well. We got the lock-on. It's this one though. Maybe we add a little explosion when the missile launcher hits something. And then we will make like a piercing homing missile and tweak the values a little bit and see how that one works. That is the task for tomorrow. Missile launcher. This could be a small task or a big task. Like I could add a small effect, or I could see if I can actually make a little impact animation or something. Because I didn't try that yet, so that could be a good learning experience. Maybe like I find a small animation of an explosion, put that in the impact scene that I spawn before the missile explodes, and then see if I can make it work in multiplayer as well. So the tasks, I'm going to say lock-on system is done. I'll just say missile launcher is finished because I'm gonna make a new task here. Task here will be missile explosion. Should be maybe its own thing. Missile explosion. Upon hitting a target, the missile would spawn an animation. Scene, an animation, explosion, and sound for everyone. I hope that is like a smaller project that it maybe takes. I'm slow, let's say 2 hours. A fast person could do that in 5 minutes, I'm sure. But I'm new, I'm slow. Let's hope for 2 hours on that one. Okay. That will be the goal for that one. I think it will add a lot of value to have those explosions. And it will really help to separate it from piercing homing projectiles that we're going to make as well. I'll consider what I'm going to make first. I'm not sure yet.
Either the homing projectiles or the explosions. We'll see. Anyways, thanks for watching for tonight. If you didn't already, drop a subscribe on YouTube or follow on Twitch if you want to see how the project develops, because I'm going to try to work more on it until at least mid-December when Path of Exile 2 comes with its big patch. And I will play a little before New Year's and then work a lot after New Year's again. That's the plan. Thanks for watching. Have a nice evening. Bye.